quickly turn on my microphone and calling this meeting to order at 5:30. I'm going to go on to item 1B, roll call. Mr. Koenig, would you please take roll?
Board President Garcia,
Here.
Vice President Ocampo.
Here.
Okay. Clerk Perez,
Here.
Trustee Gilpus Barrera, Trustee Jimenez.
Yes.
All are present.
Mr. Ocampo. Thank you, Mr. Ocampo. We're going to go on to item 1C, the Pledge of Allegiance, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Maria Robles Ramirez, a fourth grade student from Frank Paul.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to item 1D, Spotlight. This is an opportunity to feature up to a 3-minute presentation, the positive things that are taking place throughout the district. Mr. Koenig, do we have any spotlights this evening?
Yes, we have at least 2 that have been reported to me. First of all, we have Mr. George Lopez, who will talk to us about the results of the Alisal Human Resources Recruiting Fair.
How's that? Better? All right. Good evening, President Garcia, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Koenig, colleagues and community. My name is George Lopez, and I'm a coordinator in the Human Resources Division. I'm just here today to talk to you about the event that we had on February 5th, the annual ELISA recruitment fair. I wanted to share with you that the event took place here in this venue here from 3 to 6 p.m. At that time, we were interviewing teachers and offering conditional offers of employment. And out of that, all those interviews, wanted to share with you that we did hire, we did offer 15 conditional offers of employment to 15 teachers, including a couple that got to start, that have already started or will be starting really quick. So that was a success. In addition to that, we were able to have 15 classified substitute candidates that will be onboarded. So that's also an achievement there. And I'm just here to say how proud I am to work with a team of, there's 6 of us in the HR department right now. And among us 6, we're responsible for about 900 employees in the district. So that's a big responsibility, and it's a really hardworking team. I also want to just give a big thank you to the administrators, site administrators, principals, and assistant principals who were here. They each had a table here, and we know that our principals are competitive, so they definitely had a lot of goodies and swag for all the people that were visiting, that were passing by, and they were very helpful and very accommodating with the interviews that were taking place, because literally from when we opened up till we were done, we had interviews going in 4 different classrooms here. So thank you to that group, because it would not have been possible without them. Finally, I wanted to let you know that we have 2 more recruitment events coming up. On Saturday, we have a recruitment event hosted by MCOE. It'll be at Hartnell, and hopefully we'll get another group of qualified teachers for next year. And then coming up on March 13th, we have a recruitment event at CSUMB, where we hope to get everybody that we need for the upcoming school year. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
The second spotlight will be presented by Estela Mercado, TK teacher at Frank Paul Elementary School, and she'll be discussing the results of the Great Alisal Teaching Conference.
So good evening, President Garcia, board members, district leadership, and community members. I'm Estela Mercado Rodriguez, a TK teacher at Frank Paul School. So before I go into that, I just want to acknowledge Maria. She was one of my former TK students. And I have to tell you that one of the most beautiful things for me as a teacher, as I go out into my community, is bumping into students at different levels in their life. I'm actually a grandmother of a grad student now. But when Maria started TK, I'm just really surprised to see her here. I'm very proud of you because you were a very shy little girl. Your English skills were minimal, and now to sort of see you lead our school or represent our school in the flag salute here at a board meeting is exciting for me to see. And I can see you going lots of places. She's going to go far. So that aside, so I want to say that this evening I'm representing the LSL Teachers Association. And on behalf of our leadership and our members, we wish to acknowledge the collaborative partnership and efforts of the District Professional Development Committee. We would like to spotlight not only the efforts of Clementina Pantoja and our ATA members for organizing a tremendous professional development day of teachers teaching teachers, but also we want to acknowledge Edie Porter and the district team for continuing to value and support the amazing work of our LSL family. This year's GATSI was out of this world, and the model of collaboration that the district sustains with the association echoes throughout many of California's public schools. As I go to state council and talk to teachers, I know that one of our teachers, Angela de Ramos, is down there doing a lot of really good work, but she's the godmother of teachers teaching teachers, and will always talk up the LSL Union School District and the model of collaboration that over the years we've sustained. And we look forward to continuing to collaborate in this amazing model. So thank you very much for your time.
No more spotlights?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, we have one from Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mrs. Garcia. I want to express my congratulations to Mr. Koning and the Educational Services Department under Mrs. Anso, or Deputy Superintendent, and especially to those who work in the Extended Learning Department, because they are doing an excellent job in sending out the parent survey that was sent to all parents at the district by phone calls with important information about the current and potential programs offered through the Extended Learning Department. They also encourage parents to contact them if parents ever have any questions or concerns. They value the vision of all parents. Our spring 2025 intersession will be from March 24th through March 28th between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will offering theater, robotics, art and craft, tutorial, dance, and physical education. To all principals, thank you for your support in spreading the message to all parents with information about what we are offering. Please continue to support the service for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other spotlights? No? Oh, Mr. Ocampo, you have your hand up?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ocampo. Okay, we're going to go on to item 1E, adoption of agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Make a motion.
Mr. Jimenez, can I get a second? Mrs. Quilpas Barrera, comments or questions? Mr. Koenig, can you take a line vote?
Board President Garcia,
Yes.
Vice President Ocampo,
Yes.
Clerk Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Gilpus Pereira, Trustee Jimenez.
Yes.
5-0.
Item passes 5-0. Moving on to item 2, public comment concerning items on the open session agenda and/or non-agenda items. Guidelines, there will be a 2-minute limit for individuals and a 20-minute limit on total public comments. There is no ceding of one's time to other individuals. 2A, individuals wishing to address the Board of Trustees on open session agenda items and/or other items may do so at this time. Starting time is 5:40. You have anybody? Okay. And we're going to go ahead and close that at 5:40 as well. Item 2B, association comments. Alisal Teachers Association. Thank you. How about California School Employees Association, Chapter 577? None? Okay, very good. And how about United Substitute Teachers Union? Rep from that? No? Okay, thank you. We're going to go on to item 3, presentations. And at this moment, I would like to suggest that we move the school site presentation first, if that's okay with the colleagues. We'll do B first, Mr. Porras' presentation for Frank Paul, and then shortly after the presentation on the LCAP. Is that okay with you guys? Okay, thank you. Mr. Principal Miguel Porras.
Testing? Okay, great. Good evening, Superintendent, Mr. Koenig, Board President, Ms. Garcia, colleagues, and community members. My name is Miguel Porras, and along with my assistant principal, Jorge Martinez, we are the administrators at Frank Paul Elementary School. It is with pleasure that we express the great things that are happening at Frank Paul. These are our school demographics. We have 2 preschools, county preschools, 14 bilingual classes, 11 English EO classes, English only, 3 SDC classes, 637 total students, with 368 of those students being English learners. We have caseload RSP students of 27. We are 100% free and reduced lunch. We have of 637 students, we have 157 students who are homeless students. 154 of 637 students are migrant students. We have a total number of 27 teachers, 1 counselor, and 1 psychologist. So a key note here that to keep in mind is that out of our 637 students, 368 of those students are English learners. So a little bit more than half. Additional support staff. We have 1 instructional coach, 1 reading specialist, 1 early literacy coach, 1 ESS clinical therapist, 1 ESS wellness coach, 3 migrant extended day teachers, and of course our after-school program staff. One of the most important facts on this page is that for the first time in a long time, we are fully staffed this year with the incredible support amongst all the people that we have. These individuals not only form a strong team, but they assist in providing coordinated wraparound support and school-wide social and emotional activities throughout the entire year. Our student population, as stated before, is 637 students. 610 of those students are Hispanic Latino, 9 are white, 9 are Asian, 9 American Indian, 6 Filipino, 2 African Americans, and out of 637 of those students, 369 are English learners. We have 83 RFEPs, which means redesignated fluent English proficient students, 12 IFEPs, initial fluent English proficient students, and 13 newcomers. We've never had this number of newcomers. We've always had between 4 and 6 students, and it's the biggest number that I have seen at our school site, with 13 of those students being newcomers. 2 second graders, 2 third graders, 3 fourth, 3 fifth, and 3 sixth graders. Our professional learning team, which that's what PLT stands for, ideal, states we will refine our PLT process to enhance teacher grade level collaboration to address mastery of essential standards throughout a comprehensive approach to the 4 essential questions. And the 4 essential questions are a staple throughout our district. So this is common to all of our schools. 1, what do we expect our students to learn? Number 2, how will we know our students are learning? Number 3, how will we respond when students do not learn? And number 4, how will we respond if students already know it? Our instructional focus this year is aligning instructional minutes across grade levels during language arts time to ensure that targeted, differentiated, Tier 1 instruction is happening daily using a data-driven approach to determine student needs from iReady. Diagnostic data and grade level, along with common formative assessments that our teachers conduct. Our success indicators: 45-minute Tier 1 differentiated small group language arts instruction so that teachers can focus on student-specific needs by grouping them strategically. Alignment of instructional minutes across grade levels to include all language arts domains that include phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, high-frequency words, and reading comprehension and writing. And then, last but not least, restructuring of our intervention teachers to provide pushing support to grades kinder through third for 45 minutes support in language arts and ELD in order to support students in 2nd grade and 5th grade as well. Our instructional coach has started grade level math pacing guides with a few of our grades, and also vertical math articulation with a few of our grades. This is ongoing, and we're pursuing this very strong. Our state dashboard data from 2024, the areas we are looking at are all of our students are English learners and are migrant. In ELA, we have all of our students who meet or exceed at 29%. Our EL population, 5% have met or exceeded the standards. And our migrant students, 19% of those students have met or exceeded standards. Math, 18% of all of our students have met or exceeded standards. English learners, 6% have met or exceeded standards. And our migrant population, 19% have exceeded or met standards. Our LPAC, 11% of our LPAC have achieved level 4 for all students. For English learners, 11% have met or achieved level 4. And our migrant, 5% have met or achieved level 4. Our chronic absenteeism, which has plagued us throughout our district ever since the pandemic. Chronic absenteeism for all students is at 15.6%, and for our English learners, it was 14.3%. Our suspension rate for all students was 0.9, which accumulates to about 6 students for the year. For our English learners, it was 0.7, which accumulates to about 4 students for the year. Our data for iReady, it's indicated here on this slide. Here are the levels and the colors. Our next slide will indicate a little bit better so we can see the percentage where we have grown and what we need to do to grow in certain areas. We took 2 diagnostics, 2 assessments, the first and the second. At or above grade level was 3%. Early on grade level for the first diagnostic was 8%. 1 year below grade level was 26%. 2 years below grade level was at 26. 3 years below grade level was at 37. Now, when we took the second diagnostic, we improved on all the categories. We went from at and above grade level from 3 to 7%. So that was an improvement. Early on grade level, we also improved there from 8% to 13%. Now, when you look at the 1 year below grade level, we declined there, 26 to 29. But let's take a look at what we did 2 years and 3 years below grade level. We improved in both of those categories. And because we improved in those 2 categories, some of those students on diagnostic 1, when we took diagnostic 2, were moved on to the next level, which is 1 year below grade level. That's why you see the increase on the percent number for 1 year below grade level. For math, the trend remained the same. First assessment and second assessment, first diagnostic was at and above grade level was 1%. There was no change in diagnostic 2. However, in the early on grade level, we went from 3% to 6%. And again, just like we had for the language arts, 2 years and 3 years below grade level, we improved in both of those areas. The 1 year below grade level that you see, we increased the number there from 39 to 52. And again, that's because we funneled some of the 2 years below grade level and 3 years below grade level onto that 1 year below grade level. So it's not the improvement that we would like to see. We would like more, of course. Nevertheless, there was an improvement. Okay, now we have Mr. Martinez, who will go over the following slides.
Good afternoon. For our monthly PBIS events, these are the monthly events that have taken place so far. For September, we did the color run. For October, the pumpkin decoration. For December, the ornament decoration. For January, the photo booth. And next week, for this month, we are doing a glow in the dark dance. And the average attendance for the monthly events is around 350 students each month. For our after-school programs, currently we have 112 students enrolled in the regular after-school program. And for our parallel after-school programs, we have 32 students enrolled in the All-Star Drumline. And for the All-Star Guitar Ensemble, we have 42 students enrolled. And for our Migrant Extended Day, we have 48 students enrolled. So thank you, everyone. This concludes our presentation. Do we have any questions?
Do you have any questions, Ms. Gilpas?
Oh, thank you very much. That was a lot of information, a lot to be proud of, Mr. Porras. So a tie was a good thing today. Your school wasn't doing so well, maybe a sweatshirt, but wearing the tie today and being here and sharing this good information, good things are happening at Frank Paul School. And I wanted to commend you. When the board started having the presentations done, it was because a lot of us couldn't get to the school sites because we were working and so forth. And so it was an opportunity to have the principals come so that they could show off what is going on their school sites. And it's not to stump the principals or vice principals, put them on the spot at all. So you did just that. You showed off the good things in a candid way that are going on in your school site. So I appreciate that. And on a personal level, I really wanted to commend you, Mr. Porras, because I've seen you in action. And I know that you love students in the sense that you care so much about their education. There was a particular case where a young lady hadn't been in school, and there was a lot of red tape. It's a long story. And yet you said, let's just get her in. And so that she could be in school, and you accepted her there because it's a process and we have to follow the rules. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is for her to be in school, and you did that for her. You even reached out and going to her home, and I know that when you and I had a conversation, you said that you do a lot of home visits. And I don't know if anybody would be surprised by that, but I know I was, because it's easy for the boss at the school to tell someone else to go do that home visit. But a lot of times you go out there yourself to have that connection with the family. And that's what is very important. I wanted to thank you for that. And I know that with parents, you're known for that. So,
Thank you.
so that's
Thank you.
great. Yes. And I do have one question. I don't want to be too long-winded here. As far as the 157 homeless students, because I know that under the McKinney-Vento Act, that if you're doubled up in a house, that is
You're
that
considered
considered
homeless.
homeless? So is that what most of these are? Now, is there anybody who verifies, or is it just by a form? Or let's say, because sometimes people are in their cars and we don't know about it. But does anybody follow up on, maybe, is it by paperwork? And then if they say that they're not living in, how do you refer them, and to whom, and how are they taken care of?
Many of our people are, very humble. Many times, for whatever reason, they don't want the help, or they behave such as, it's okay, we're okay. We know that sometimes our homeless need food, they need clothing, and we have some of that with our AFRC at our site. But we received this through Power Schools. And it doesn't mean that because you live in a house with two families, that you're not homeless. You are homeless, considering the facts. And, or you live in a garage, that means you're homeless. So it was, Mr. Martinez and I spoke, like we have that many homeless individuals, and the fact remains, yeah. And I don't think we're the only school that has that many homeless students, but um, uh, we try to assist, we try to help in what we can help with. We had a family from South America who they're brand new to the States, and they didn't have any clothing for the students, and we provided that. It's a good feeling because you think about when you were a lot younger, and then you lived out here in Salinas, and you went through some hard times, but you realize that you didn't go through some times that some of our uh, um, members, some of our community members are going through. They're going through some really hard times. So it's a good feeling. It's good to acknowledge, and it's good to help.
One last question. With everything that's going on with immigration, I know the district has, we have our website that has information. We've had these meetings where attorneys have come and spoken and given we want our students to feel safe. If I was your student, what would make me feel safe? And again, it's not to stump you or anything. It's like, what would make me feel safe? What do you as the leadership team do to make not only all of our students, but especially now those who may have fear of their family members getting deported?
So one thing that we understand, and we have a job to do, and we represent every single student in our schools. We are the adult. Their parents are working, their parents are not there. When our students are at school, we represent them. So if authorities come, whether it's the police or anyone else, it's me or Mr. Martinez who are up at the front, because we represent those students. So we've had students ask us during our recess time or lunchtime, what are we going to do if so-and-so comes? When we try to calm them down, and don't worry about it. I'm going to deal with it, or Mr. Martinez is going to deal with it. And that alleviates a lot of the anxiety that some of our students may have. But the truth is, and it remains, we represent every single student. They don't have a parent. We are the adult. We represent them.
Ms. Perez, do you want to add anything, or do you have any comment?
Just on a personal level, yes, you guys do represent, and yes, I do give you guys props because I've seen it with my own eyes that both of you guys are out there with the kids at all times. And this morning, I know there was a little incident that happened around the area, and you guys were taking care of the students, which is very important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Ocampo?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mr. Porras for his presentation, and there definitely does seem to be a lot of activity going on in that school, with about 50% of the students involved in some sort of activity or another. And I think Mr. Porras said it very well when he said, that there is improvement, not the kind. And this is what Ms. Porras said, not the level that we would like to see, but there is improvement. And I think that's all we can ask for, is that there be improvement. And at some point, we have to have, faith in our teachers and in our schools, that the improvement will keep increasing every year, and that hopefully by improving a little bit every year, in 5, 6 years, hopefully we'll see, much more. But obviously there is a lot happening in the schools, and I do want to thank Mr. Porras for all that he's doing out there and for keeping that school together and running that school. I know that being a principal is not an easy job by any means. You know, you have to deal with so many teachers and personalities and parents and students that it really takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. So thank you again.
I'd just like to give a lot of credit to Mr. Martinez right here to my left, my right hand, my left hand. He's incredible. So, thank you.
And I just wanted to add that I really do applaud you for those 6 students in the year suspension. That's incredible because you have a school over 600 students. That is amazing. That's very low numbers. This is the first year, correct me if I'm wrong, that we are using iReady as our local indicators. In the years past, we've always used STAR, AR. And so I'm really interested in seeing how the results that you're providing for us today and at the end of the school year, how they're going to translate over to the STAR data that we get every year. Because, I mean, you did pretty good, 29% ELA. Math, obviously, I think is everyone's Achilles heel right now because it is very low throughout the district, I believe. I do have only one question, and part of it might be answered later on in the LCAP presentation. How are you addressing those newcomers? I mean, what else are you providing besides? I mean, yes, you're preparing the teachers. Is there anything specific that you do extra for just those newcomers, or?
We used our coach, and that's actually one of the questions that came up today at our principals meeting. And recommending some students, we found out that we have room for 3rd and 4th grade students, which are located, I believe, at VRB. So it was an eye opener specifically this year because we counted 13. We've never had that number, and so I don't know if this is a trend or it's going to continue to happen and our numbers are going to go higher the following year. But we were only at 4 to 6. 6 was like the most amount at our school. So our teachers do get assistance from our coach, and we will be looking at those numbers to see if a lot of times when we ask the parents, would you like to go to a newcomer class and where it's located at VRB, many times it's very difficult, especially when the student has become accustomed to being at our school site, and the teachers, they love the teachers, they love their friends, and they don't want to move any longer, you know. So I think the best way to attack this is as soon as we know who those students are, we should be recommending the move right away and not wait a couple of weeks or even a month to go by. So that's what we're doing.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. You should be both very proud of yourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to our second presentation, which is a presentation of the 24-25 LCAP mid-year update. Mrs. Anzo and Mrs. Alvarez.
We just want to make sure we're working here. Okay, so good afternoon, President Garcia, Superintendent Koenig, Board of Trustees, and community members. So again, Dr. Alvarez and I will be joining her and just introducing our mid-year LCAP update. So we are halfway, or a little bit more halfway through the year, and we had a plan. At the end of the last school year, we came to you with an updated plan, and we had a plan for the 25-26 school year. We had a plan for $33.3 million for our supplemental and concentration part of LCFF. The plan requires that we use the 8 state priorities in order to plan our goals, our actions, and services and expenditures for our students. Part of the requirements, last year was the first year that we did this, is that we have to give the board and the community a mid-year update. Then it has to be done before February or by February 28th. One of the other requirements that was added last year is that we had to include new actions if we had 30 or more English learners, which we do, 15 or more long-term English learners, which we also do. If we were to be in technical assistance, which we're not, any schools on the dashboard in the LEA with at least one red indicator, any student groups in the LEA with at least one red indicator, and then the last requirement was student groups within the school in the LEA with at least one red indicator.
So what we're going to do is go a little bit deeper now and look at our data from last year and how we built our LCAP. We are in our first year of a 3-year cycle. And so as you can see on the dashboard in 2023-24, with the LP, there was one school that was in the red indicator. LP, the English language progress indicator. And yes, so MLK was one of those schools that was in red. And then as you can see going across, chronic absentee, priority 5, we had 3 schools in suspension. We had Montebella, and then in ELA, we had 9 schools with ELs that were in red. We had 5 schools for homeless. We had 4 for socially, economically disadvantaged. We had 4 for students with disabilities and Hispanic 4. And the last priority 4 in math, we had 4 schools that were in red with student groups in English language learners. We had 2 homeless. We had 2 socioeconomically disadvantaged, 2 students with disabilities, and 2 with Hispanic. This is really important because this is how we built our actions in our LCAP to support these schools. So with goal number 1, this goal is ALISAL will implement a structured PLC model to provide all students a rigorous academic program aligned to the state standards and best practices based on an academic tiered intervention system in order to eliminate inequities that limit student success. So for the red indicators that we called out these actions, is 1.7 our professional development for certificated staff. So we have currently 40 subs that go out to sites on a daily basis to release teachers in order for them to work on unpacking standards and working collaboratively to address the data at their school sites. We are currently in round 5. We will be able to get to 6 rounds this year. With action 1.8, we have our math professional development and support. We have 1 TOSA, and that TOSA helps. She has had many PDs, kinder through 6th grade. She's had 2-day workshops analyzing standards for each grade level. She provides site math PD, staff meetings. She also pushes into the professional learning team if she is requested. Goal number 2 is around our English language learners. It's success of English language students, student group focus. ALISA will provide intentional tiered supports to English learners to ensure they develop high levels of language in their program of instruction to succeed across all content areas. So the red indicator that we are going to focus on is 2.2 instructional EL specialists to support English learners. Currently, we have 6 EL specialists, and they are assigned to 2 sites. And they have worked very hard this year in providing PD for designated English language development for teachers, and they are continuing to support at the school sites, at staff meetings, and other PD opportunities. Action, goal number 3 is social emotional learning, behavioral supports, and active engagement. LSL will cultivate an environment through a comprehensive system of support that promotes social, emotional, behavioral, and physical wellness that advances student learning. So actions that support the red dashboard, 3.1, school psychologist. We have 13 psychologists across the district that help identify needs, creating goals, identifying services for our most at-risk students. 3.4, we have a school counselor at each site that supports students. And then we have also our social workers, and we hired an additional social worker to support Barden Elementary School. Goal number 4 is building capacity for recruitment and retention of high-quality staff. LSL will build and sustain a culture of learning, refine systems that guarantee access to high-quality teaching and learning, and facilitate adult learning focused on continuous improvement towards educational equity and social justice. So actions that support the red indicator is action 4.4, building capacity for site and district leaders. And for this one, we had the 4 schools that were selected because they were in the red indicator is MLK, Travis, Fremont, and Barden. And we have a contract with West Ed Learning Network, which is VITAL, which stands for Visibility, Improving Teaching and Learning. And they help support the PLT process and making sure that there's protocols on how to unpack and facilitate collaboration. Goal number 5, best first early literacy instruction. All LSL students will develop foundational literacy skills necessary to read at grade level by the end of 3rd grade, aligned to the California Comprehensive State Literacy Plan. The action that supports the red indicator is 5.4, Ed Services Reading Support. Currently, we have 11 reading specialists at each of the sites. The reading specialists work directly with students 4th through 6th grade, and at the school, they work with their local data to decide what grades they're going to be working with. And lastly, we have goal 6. This goal is specifically for AVA. Within 3 years, all students, and particularly low-income students, English language learners, and foster youth at AVA Virtual Academy will reduce the chronic absentee rate by 25%. When we first started this action, we were at our goal, we were at 88%, and kudos to the Creekside staff. They are at 94% now, so they've made growth there. So with the mid-year report for LCAP, you have a packet that looks like this. With this packet, there are 3 areas. There might be some actions that have not been started. Those will be in red. We have blue for those that are in progress, and green that they are completed. Most of our actions right now, because we're in mid-year, are in blue. And so as you can see on the page, you can see the goal, the actions. There's an action description that you can find on the LCAP. And then there's a summary that all the directors and everybody that oversees that action has written to where they are with that action. So it's a great document. It tells our story of where we're at and the great work that we're doing. Additionally, there's a second page that looks like this. And this page is the metrics. So this is that accountability and showing for each goal and action, we have to have metrics to see if we are providing and if those actions are working. So this aligns very well with our actions, and that's where that accountability comes in. And as you can see, it follows the same pattern of if some of them are final reports and some are still in progress. So now we're moving into the dashboard that was released back in December of 2024. And as you can see, from 23, 24, we've made improvement. And so kudos to all of ALISAL for the hard work and dedication. There is one area that we really need to lean into, and that's our ELD. As you can see in 23, 24, we had a lot of greens and some blues, and in 2024, 25, we are now in red on the dashboard. I'd like to go into depth to explain the rationale for that. So LP stands for English Language Proficiency Level. And as you can see, the four graphs, 2019, 2022, 23, and 24. What I want you to look at is the 2023, and we really want to see students that are in the purple. We had 54.8% students. Those are students that made 1 year's growth. That's the state indicator that they want to see. There's a blue band in the middle. We had 0.2%. We really have closed the gap on level 4. Most of our students that score 4 are reclassified. And then the turquoise band are ELs who maintained the LP. So if you look from 2023 to 24, the purple went down, right? And we dropped almost 10%. A lot of those kids maintained, but that's still from the state that's not making growth. So that's where it put us in the red. So we are planning, we had a EL collaborative today, and we're really going to make some adjustments to our actions and really focus on that for next year, our LTALs and our and seeing what we can do to better serve those students. Next steps, successes. Our professional learning communities, our Vital is going really great. We're getting great feedback from not only admin, but also from teachers. Our professional development that we've had great feedback on that too. We've really focused on designated English language development, instructional learning, monthly team meetings, our ILTs. We have social emotional learning support and mental health services. And I want to do a shout out for the increase in bilingual sections. There's some data here that if you see 2018, 2019, our one way we had 78 sections. Now in 24, 25, we have 90 sections. Our dual immersion in 2018, 19, we had 6 and we're up to 19. Our shelter English immersion, we had 50, we're down to 35. In English ELC classes, we had 190 and it went down to 132. And so as you can see, the total sections and the numbers also probably are because of our population, how it's decreasing. Okay, and then the next steps, areas of focus, we're going to continue working on red indicator actions and newly identified indicators. And we just want to acknowledge and sincerely thank the hard work and dedication of the ALISAL employees, teachers. You guys are doing an awesome job. The support of our admin, the support of our parents, and the resilience of our students to continue our reach for excellence. Our educational partner engagement for the 24-27 timeline for our LCAP. So we are having the meeting today. We are also holding stakeholder meetings that began on February 11th that go till March 18th. We are going to be launching our LCAP surveys for certificated staff on February 25th. Our classified will be open from March 3rd to the 17th, and parent surveys will be open from March 3rd to 17th. We do have our stakeholder meetings. Number 2 will be from April 14th to May 23rd. We'll have our public hearing on June 5th, and hopefully we'll get our year 2 LCAP approved on June 26th. And with that, are there any questions? Thank you.
I'm going to start on this side, yeah? Mr. Jimenez, do you have any questions? No? Okay. Ms. Gilpas?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Garcia. I believe Dr. Alvarez answered my question, but the only question I did have is, so this is an update on the services that we're providing. And so if these services for some reason don't work out, so is what you said in adjustment to our actions, does that mean that funds can be reallocated if something's not working for the services, for students, then so is it like that all the time, or is it just like, it's always like that in the LCAP? Oh, okay. So this is just an update to show that what we said we were going to do, we're doing.
Correct. It's our report card. It's our transparency to the community and to the board where we're at right now with the LCAP. What we said we were going to do, are we doing it? And then we can refine for year 2 if there are any changes within the system.
And under this report card, would you be able to grade us at this point? You said it. You said report card.
We're in progress, and we are going, I think, well, I don't think, I know that with our iReady, we are going to have our second testing, and that's going to also be an indicator on how we're doing as our system keeps, growing.
One more thing. So I think right before us, which was a good thing, that we had our site principal and assistant principal present. You saw the format of the presentation, the way he was talking about data. That is something that if you were to look in our LCAP net, we have built-in capacity. So it's the professional development is not just for the teachers, but it's how are they presenting their data? How are they talking about what's working, what's not working, and then what actions they've aligned. So that's an improvement from what we have implemented in our professional learning communities for our principals. And we have the PLCs in their cohorts. This is a way when they're presenting, the template is a design, and then they go in and they put their data, they make sure that they are using their input from their teachers and parents, and then showing off what's happening at their sites. So to us, that's an improvement when you see it, and it might not come out in the outcomes, but it's the culture of how we're doing business has shifted.
So may I ask, so how do you come about that when there's a certain action that's maybe not giving the results that we were hoping for in the LCAP? What are the steps to reallocate funds or to change the way of offering those services?
So if you hear in this timeline that Dr. Alvarez went over, we have now a time to get input from the community. So it's for the annual LCAP update that we're going to get the input. And so they'll get to see this is what we've been doing. Tell us if it's been working or not. Give us your opinion, give us your feedback through the LCAP surveys and then the community meetings. So bringing that data together, bringing in the metrics, is it working or not, based on even student outcomes. So we're using different kinds of data, perception data, which is all the surveys, all the input. We're using student outcome, which is everything in iReady that we can see more of our data and performance on students. So we use all that evidence plus what the community is saying, and then we also, if there's going to be a reduction in funds, depending on on the number of unduplicated count that comes in, then we have to plan according to that, and based on the feedback and based on evidence of what's working, what's not working, and then either remove some actions or adjust some actions.
I mean, if you're free to do that once you've done all the research on that, that's great.
Yes.
Because I think a lot of things would change throughout the 3 years that we have the LCAP for. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Very good information.
Ms. Perez? Do you have anything to add? Okay. Mr. Ocampo, did you want to say anything?
Yes, just wanted to thank the staff for their continuing efforts along the grounds of professional learning communities and professional development. Because I think that as we delve more into those things, we slowly are changing the culture of how we teach, which I think is just really of paramount importance. I did have two questions. I'm wondering. I think it was said that we have 6 EL specialists assigned to how many sites was mentioned that our 6 EL specialists were assigned to?
We have 6 specialists and they're assigned to 2 sites each.
Oh, to 2 sites.
So
What
for
does that mean? I'm
example,
sorry, 2 sites each? What does that mean?
yeah, so for example, I'll give you an example. So we have, if they, Miss Bravo, she's at 2 sites. So she goes to Montebella and the other site that she services is MLK. So she alternates. She's 2 days there and 2 days at the other site. And then the third day, on Friday, she goes half day to, she alternates.
So in that way, we cover all 12 sites, basically, I guess, right?
Correct.
Oh, got it. Okay, that makes sense. Also, I'm curious, you said, I know that you said that we hired an additional social worker for Barton Elementary. What's the history of that? Why an additional social worker?
So last year, we had Barton was in the red, in ELA, in math, on the dashboard, and also on suspensions. So we were required to add an action that was going to support the school climate at Barton. So one of the things that we added into LCAP is we had 3 social workers, district-wide social workers. And so the 4th one was going to be dedicated to Barton so that they can support the school climate and make sure that we sustain. Yes, Barton improved, but now the goal is how do we sustain? And so just like Ms. Gilpa's question came out earlier is how do we adjust? So the social worker is hired now, and now looking at the evidence, does Barton, we continue supporting Barton, but do they need the social worker there to be full-time with them, or can we share with another site now? And that way we spread the wealth. So that is something based on the evidence we'll have to continue looking at.
So the social worker helps with absenteeism.
So student engagement, meaning the chronic absenteeism, but then the school climate, right? So if they were in the red in suspensions, is what is happening at the school that kids are not showing that positive behavior. So there's support there, there's support with parents, there's support with re-engaging students, which is that chronic absenteeism, and being a thought partner for the principal is an also important piece.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a chance to look at it online, but this makes it a little bit clearer because online it was a little smaller. I couldn't print it out. Anyway, can you talk a little bit more about the newcomer program? Because I'm very interested in that. I see that there is 1 newcomer class, is that correct?
So
2?
currently we have 2 classes. We have a 3rd, 4th combo and a 5th, 6th combo at BRB. Currently, the 5th, 6th, we have 26 students, and in the 3, 4, they are currently at 22. And so their teachers are supporting not only academics, but also that social emotional support. Because when newcomers come in, the language of where to go, to the office and things like that. So once they get there, like Bora said, a lot of times when they get to a school, they just want to stay there because that's their comfort zone. But if we can promote them to going into these other programs to support them, once they're there, they really do like it.
Is there any plans to expand that program? I'm asking because I'm assuming there's, like, we got a presentation today of, from Frank Paul, but I'm assuming that there's other schools that have newcomers that, I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong assumption, but maybe there are other students out there that are newcomers that would fit into this classroom, but aren't going for whatever reason.
Mr. Koenig, he has an answer.
Yes, we're looking at expanding this program. We currently have 129 newcomers in grades 3 through 6. And as Ms. Alvarez just said, we have a total of 48 who are actually in newcomer classes. There will be newcomers who won't leave their current school, as the principal of Frank Paul pointed out a few minutes ago, but I think we can add at least one more class.
And my other question is, when do they graduate from this program? Is it a 1-year full-time? Is it a 2-year program? What is it?
It's a 2-year program, but we are always looking at the data. In fact, we had a student at Chavez that was on the waiting list, and we started looking at to see who we could exit. And there was one student that was really progressing very well, and now he's in the mainstream at MLK. So as we see that they're ready, then we talk to the parents, and we celebrate the growth. And yeah, so it's 2 years though that they can be in the program.
There is transportation provided though, too.
There is transportation provided, yes.
Well, I appreciate all this information we got to this evening. Thank you for all the hard work, and especially, of course, want to thank all the teachers and staff at the schools, principals and vice principals, because they're the ones, the boots on the ground, right? Boots on the ground doing the work. Thank you so much for this presentation. Okay, we are now going to move on to item number 4, board member or superintendent reports. Mr. Koenig, is there anything to report this evening?
Yes, I've got, we're going to have a groundbreaking for 3 new kindergarten classrooms at Cesar Chavez Elementary School on Friday at 11 o'clock. It's Friday at 11 a.m. Cesar Chavez currently has only 2 kindergarten classrooms. Kindergarten classrooms are classrooms that are 50% bigger than regular classrooms. They also have, importantly, a bathroom. They have 2 bathrooms. They should have 2. All right. Okay, I'm getting a bunch of kibitzers here from the audience, but they're supposed to have bathrooms, and they're supposed to be 50% bigger so that they can have the little centers that the TK and kinder students need. And we currently only have 2 at Cesar Chavez. There's going to be a need for 5 next year. So this will be, the classrooms won't be finished in time for the beginning of school, but they'll hopefully be finished before the end of this current year. And we'll get those kindergarten students and transitional kindergarten students into appropriate classrooms. And thank you.
Any board members? Oh, okay, Ms. Gilbas.
Yeah, just briefly, I was able to attend the Buckhorn ribbon cutting. It was awesome. It was really great. So we were all excited about that. And then also the PD day that was put on for the district, that Ms. Edie Porter and I think George Lopez worked really hard to put that together. And it was very well attended, and everybody was in their respective workshops, just learning and learning and learning. I didn't get to stay very long, but just thank you to them for all of that work, and just thank all of the staff for everything that you do. That's it.
Thank you. Any other board member? Mr. Ocampo?
No, fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have anything to report on, other than I also attended the Buckhorn, and yeah, it was wonderful. Okay, we're going to move on to item 5, the consent agenda. Approval, ratify contracts, MOUs, agreements, grants, proposals, conferences, workshops, field trips. Approval of the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve that consent agenda?
Make,
Mr. Jimenez? Ms. Bettis, second. Any comments or questions? No? Mr. Koenig, can you please take the line vote?
Board President Garcia,
Yes.
Vice President Ocampo,
Yes.
Clerk Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Gilpus Pereira,
Yes.
Trustee Jimenez.
yes.
Okay.
Passes 5-0.
Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to item 6, Human Resources. Action item, variable term waivers for the 24-25 school year. May I get a motion?
So moved.
Ms.
Second,
Gilpas, Mr. Jimenez, comments or questions? Mr. Koenig, can you please take the line vote?
Board President Garcia,
Yes.
Vice President Ocampo,
Yes.
Clerk Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Gilpus Pereira, Trustee Jimenez.
yes.
Item carries 5-0. Item 6B, action item, request for new position, nutrition services warehouseman lead, 1 full-time position. May I get a motion?
Make a second,
Ms. Gilpas Barrera, seconded by Mr. Jimenez. Comments or questions? Mr. Koenig, can you please take the line vote?
Board President Garcia,
Yes.
Vice President Ocampo,
Yes.
Clerk Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Gilpus Pereira, Trustee Jimenez.
yes.
Okay, item carries 5-0. Item number 7, administrative services. Action item, the CSBA Delegate Assembly 2025 ballot, and this is Mr. Kong. Are you guys able to see that? So there's only one candidate. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion,
Mr. Jimenez? Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Perez? Comments or questions? Mr. Koenig, can you please take the line vote?
Board President Garcia,
Yes.
Vice President Ocampo,
Yes.
Clerk Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Gilpus Pereira, Trustee Jimenez.
yes.
Okay, item carries 5-0. Item 7B, action item, revised board policy series 2000, administration. And you see all those there, 2121, 2140, 2210. I get a motion? Ms. Gilpas Barrera, can I get a second?
Second.
Ms. Perez, comments or questions? Mr. Koenig, can you please take the line vote?
Board President Garcia,
Yes.
Vice President Ocampo,
Yes.
Clerk Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Gilpus Pereira, Trustee Jimenez.
Yes.
Okay, action passes 5-0. Item 7C, action item, obsolete board policies, administrative regulations, exhibit series 3000, business and non-instructional operations. And you can see all of them there. May I get a motion? Ms. Gilpas Barrera,
Second,
Mr. Jimenez, comments or questions? Mr. Koenig, can you please take the line vote?
Board President Garcia,
Yes.
Vice President Ocampo,
Yes.
Clerk Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Gilpus Pereira, Trustee Jimenez.
yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 7D, first read, information only, adopt new board policies, administrative regulations, exhibit series 3000, business and non-instructional operations included. Okay, going on to item 8, future agenda items. 8A, school site presentation, Principal Lilia Valladares, Montebello Elementary School, and B, presentation, school year 24-25, second interim budget report. Is there any other items any of the board members would like to add? Ms. Gilpas Barrera.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Garcia. I would, I really love hearing from the principals and the different departments. But all of these departments, they have the certificated staff, the leaders or whatever we want to call them, but there's a lot of classified that are behind all of that, and our board doesn't seem to hear too much about our classified staff. So I would like for us, I don't know if it would be in the form of an agenda item to have them present on departments that they work on, or maybe accompany the principals so that they could talk about the classified aspect of student learning and what's going on, or I don't know. I'll leave it up to you. I mean, but or presentation or to be part of that also, so that we can hear from them. For example, I know I was talking to Mr. Anzo because I was asking questions about our custodians, and sometimes a meeting comes up and our custodians are there, and we never get to hear from them, or to let them show off how they feel. Do we know how they feel? I mean, we hear the wonderful presentations about other staff, and we all love LSL, classified love LSL too. They're the backbone also, and I know we all agree. So I would like for us to just entertain the idea or present the idea of how we can hear from them also at our board meeting. If that would be the pleasure of the rest of the board, that would be great. Thank you.
Any other board member? Nope. Okay, we're going on to item 9, future meeting dates, and that's just for information. March 12th, April 2nd, April 23rd, May 14th, June 4th, and June 25th. Item 10, public comments, closed session, agenda items only, guidelines. There will be a 2-minute limit for individuals and a 20-minute limit on total public comments. There is no ceding of one's time to other individuals. 10A, individuals wishing to address the Board of Trustees on closed session agenda items may do so at this time. Starting time 6:47. Is there anybody? Nope. See none, say none. Closing at 6:47. And we're going to go on to break at 10B. After a 10-minute break, closed session will begin promptly at, how about at 6:57. So we will adjourn now at 6:57, at 6:47 to closed session. And we have a 10-minute break in between. If you're leaving us, thank you for being here this evening. And if you're staying, well, we'll see you when we see you. Thank you.
Tutum, tutum, tutum.
Okay, we're moving on to item 11, closed session under 11A. In closed session, the board took action to issue a notice releasing and reassigning 4 certificated administrators to an administrative position or a classroom teaching position pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2024-2025 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was as follows: ayes 5, nays 0, abstentions, abstentions, sorry, I'm reading it wrong, 0 and absent 0. Under item B, there's nothing to report. Item 11C, there's nothing to report. Under 11D, there is nothing to report. Under 11E, there is nothing to report. Moving on to item 12, reconvene to open session. Time reconvened is 9:36. Item 12B, report action. There's nothing to report. I just reported what was done in closed session. And item 13, adjournment. I'm adjourning this meeting at 9:36. Thank you all for being in
Good
attendance.
night, good
Have a
night.
good night.